So as we await the call to the lanes, I did want to give a big shout out to Peden Industries, who are the sponsors this year of our juniors programs, and that includes the Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning, as well as Junior Street, and should we have a lot of youngsters, the Junior Storm category. So here at Mission Raceway, we are certainly proud of the fact that there are so many young people getting involved in the junior program. We've gone from 6 racers to over 30, which is quite amazing, and this has all been made possible because of the sponsorship from Peden Industries. Now, Neil Smith is a car lover and a drag racer like many of us here today, but he is also in the excavation business. That is what Peden Industries do, helping farmers make better use of their land. So if you own property and want to clear out some trees to make room for crops or get some of your bushes turned into rich mulch for your soil, Neil is the guy to call. And right now, if you mention drag racing, Neil will give you 5% off and match that in a donation to the juniors program. So it is absolutely spectacular to see so many junior dragsters here on the property on a week-to-week basis. Nolan, you have the opportunity to announce up here as well, and obviously some observations in regards to the juniors program. Youth is what we need.
Absolutely. I mean, the youth program so far has been absolutely incredible here this season. I mean, I think it's one of the highest fields of junior drags as we've had in a very long time, and it's honestly a really exciting thing to be seeing so many youngsters getting so interested in drag racing early. And before you know it, a lot of them are going to be growing up and they're going to be racing either full-time cars or even full-size dragsters. And who knows, some of them might move into the junior street category.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the logical sequence of events, right? We've seen that happen on the national event level where people like Erica Enders and Leah Pruitt and a host of others who have started in junior dragsters and then make the step up. We've seen it happen here with guys and gals moving into the sportsman class and the super comp class and all sorts of things. So it's actually quite exciting to see that whole development happen from when they were, just in the junior dragsters all the way up to the full-size cars.
And it's not like you'll be having, the few kids that are winning every single event, like the Eric Enders or the Brittany Forces. It's a very competitive field, and it's almost a different winner every single week.
I talk about this every time I talk about junior dragsters, and that is that this is not some rinky-dink program. You go back in the pits and you talk to those young racers, and they're a step up above in terms of all sorts of skills and talents that they're learning running that junior dragster. And then on top of that, the family involvement and the attention to detail on those cars is every bit as important as it is to the big full-size cars. So we're still just awaiting the call to the lanes. All right, here we go. We're going to call our first cars to the lanes, and that is high school. Any high school cars, we need you to the lanes. We're going to put you right into lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that means that junior dragster will be on standby, all right? So junior dragsters, you're on standby, but high school, we're going to put you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for any test runs that you want to make. And this is the first rotation. We are ready for you in the staging lanes. High school, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Once again, we want to welcome and thank everybody for their attendance here at Mission Raceway. We see people getting into the stands. That's always great to see. And we will certainly do our best to keep you informed of what is happening on the track here on this Friday, a Test and Tune Day at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So high school, we have called you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Junior dragster, you are on standby. But high school, this is your call. All right, so we have called high school to the staging lanes, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Junior dragsters and junior street, you are on standby. You'll be coming up next, and I'm going to turn things over to Nolan for a while, and we'll see you in the pits.
Thank you very much, Jerry, as we get set to roll
into our first run of high school qualifiers. So I understand they do have an elimination program that they are going to be looking to run today. First pairing up, going to be a truck over here in the TCS lane. I believe that to be a Honda over in that Lordco lane. First pairing down the racetrack. It's going to be 14-13 with the 7 at 95 miles an hour. TCS side, Lordco side, it's going to be 17-188 at 87. So our next pairing, a BMW going up against a Cadillac. The Beamer started it up. TCS side, right lane, holds the Caddy. BMW's already fully staged. Got to get that Cadillac in before they time them out. And the BMW going to get a free qualifying hit as the Cadillac does end up timing out. So there'll be no time long for the Cadillac. Lordco side, TCS side is going to be a 15-228 at 92 miles an hour. Bring up the Riverside College Z28 Camaro going up against the Dodge pickup. Off and away. The pickup truck on a bit of a slower launch. Riverside College going to get there first at a good old 12.352, 112 miles an hour. The Dodge pickup going to run down at a 19.222 at 78 miles an hour. Bring up the Surrey Firefighters Ford Mustang Fox Body, racing up against the Volkswagen Jetta over in that Lordco lane. Body and the Jetta both off and away on green lights for this first run of qualifying. The Mustang going to get there first. 13.890, 104 miles an hour. The Lordco lane goes through an 18.418 or 413 at 73 miles an hour. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We have a racer in distress. One of our high school racers is in need of an extra helmet for racing today. They are located between lanes 4 and 5, roughly around that area. It is a green Dodge Dart. So if you happen to have an extra helmet on you, get on down between lanes 4 and 5 of green Dodge Dart. I'm sure one high school student would definitely much appreciate the donation for the day. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're calling junior dragsters and junior street to the staging lanes. Junior classes to the staging lanes. We're going to get junior dragsters into lane number 1. Junior street into lane 2. Once again, that is junior dragsters to lane 1. Junior street to lane 2. The Silver Bullet off and away and now slowing. Just past the 8th mile mark. Lordco lane gets there first. 14.262, 99 miles an hour. The TCS lane clocks in a 19.246 at 50. And with that call to the junior classes to the lanes, with dragsters to 1 and street to 2, we're going to put motorcycles on standby. Motorcycles, you are now on standby. We continue to work our way through high school and their first qualifying hit. Attention to the pits. We are calling motorcycles to the staging lanes. Motorcycles, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. That is motorcycle. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. 12.434, 108 miles an hour, Lordco lane. TCS lane, it was a 13.618 at 76. We bring up the next pairing, and over in that Lordco lane, it's looks to be a Camaro decked out in RCMP colors, light bar and all. We want to remind our high schoolers that we are, or as I've been told, we are using street legal rules, as in if you have a passenger in your car, you cannot go faster than 14 seconds. So once again, you have a passenger in your car, no faster than 14 seconds to the quarter mile. Bring up a Volkswagen versus a Malibu. And trouble as the Malibu will lose power over in the TCS lane in the pre-stage beams. To get that car fired back up quickly. The Volkswagen patiently waiting while they work out the issues over here TCS side. And that's going to turn into a single as the Volkswagen takes off towards the quarter mile. The Malibu will continue to lay dormant here in the
it's always 32 seconds.
TCS lane. And they're going to back them out. 17,149, 74 miles an hour for the Volkswagen Jetta in the Lordco lane, as we'll be backing this Malibu completely out from the water box. I will bring up another Malibu, though, sitting just behind. That one's going to be going up against a BMW over in that Lordco lane. So it's, again, pure muscle drag car versus good old factory road car. Abbotsford Christian School Malibu. It takes off. TCS side, BMW trying to hunt him down on the Lordco lane. Was a red light start for the Malibu over here, TCS side. Will still get there first, though. Goes 14,108, 76 miles an hour. The driver, Lordco side, 13,961 at 95. Bring up a Nissan Silvia and a grocery getter SUV. And stalling the car for the Silvia over in the TCS lane. Takes an attempt to, gets bump started though, and will now try to hightail it up and after the SUV, but it's going to be too little, too late. Lordco lane gets there first, 18,098, 75 miles an hour. It's a 19-second run for the Silvia, but that's not really comparable when you judge the speed, 100 miles an hour. So I definitely think that car's got a much lower ET underneath it. Would have that lower ET had it not stalled immediately out of the gate. I'm going to shut things down for a moment as we go out to take a look at the 330 sensor over in that TCS lane. And make sure all of our timing and scoring is in tip-top shape before we get things back underway. Hopefully shouldn't be too long. I can see all the junior dragsters starting to line it on up here behind the timing tower. Motorcycles, once again, you were called to lanes 3 and 4. So all junior classes, you should be there by now. And we're waiting on, I think, 1 or 2 more motorcycles going down to lanes 3 and 4. But obviously you still have all the juniors to run beforehand. So I think with the fact that we've called motorcycles to the lanes, I'm going to put the bracket classes just on standby for now. So that'd be everybody else that's wanting a Pro 4, Pro 5, or a Sportsman tree. We roll back into first run of qualifying for high schoolers this Friday morning. And as long as everything goes to plan, we'll be eliminating throughout the afternoon. Got the fast learner Camaro over here at TCS side. The name not yet on file on the Lordco lane. $13,945, 95 miles an hour for the car in the TCS lane. The fast learner Camaro. Lordco side going to go 17,260 at 76 miles an hour. And I believe that's going to do it up for first run of qualifying for high schoolers in this one, unless we get this Ridge Rack Malibu rolling here. Otherwise, we're going to be rolling into junior dragsters. Of course, Peden Industries junior dragsters back in full force on this CMDRA and NHRA Summit ET Series weekend. Here at Mission Raceway Park, we are proud to be keeping drag racing alive with a new generation of racing kids with our junior programs, and nobody has made that more possible than, of course, Neil Smith. And with thanks to his support, these kids can now win cash prizes, and the program has grown from just 6 races to well over 30, split across the Thunder and Lightning categories. Neil Smith is a car lover and drag racer like many of us here today, but he is also in the excavation business, helping farmers make better use of their land. So if you own property and want to clear some trees to make room for crops, or get some of your bushes turned into rich mulch for your soil, Neil is the guy to call. And of course, as Jerry mentioned before, right now if you mention drag racing, Neil will give you 5% off and match it a donation to the junior programs. So if you're looking to develop your land and you want to help keep the kids on track, call Neil for a free quote on your project. You can find him online at pedenindustries.ca or simply call 604-341-7374 to start your development. Again, that is pedenindustries.ca or call 604-371-7374.
We roll back into Friday Tested Tune, and we'll start it off with the junior dragsters. Got Connor Jackson. Bring it up over here. TCS side. That'll be Cadence Rodrigue bringing it up Lordco side. Both Connor Jackson and Cadence Rodrigue pre-staged. It'll be Jackson to stage out first. Rodrigue follows in right behind. 0.21 on the tree for Connor Jackson here. TCS side runs down, puts in 9.45 with a 5, 70 miles an hour. And Cadence Rodrigue goes 11.804 at 53. Brings up Bentley Johnson and Wes Armstrong. A sharp-faced junior dragster completing the burnout. Over here, TCS side, of course, a runner in the lightning categories. Bentley Johnson gets away just over a tenth on the tree. Runs down at 8.93 with the 2 at 73 miles an hour. Wesley Armstrong, 12.327 at 51. We'll bring up Hunter Thompson. And Owen Armstrong, BD diesel powered junior dragster. Arthur Thompson gets in a 9:73 at 65 miles an hour, racing up to the 8th mile, of course, for all junior classes in these third scale dragsters. 17:639 at 34 miles an hour for Owen Armstrong over in that Lordco lane. We'll bring up the first of the Green Bros Racing Trio. Nate Green brings it up TCS side to race Isabella Marshall. Work our way through junior dragster testing here for their first hit of the morning/afternoon. Problem set it in for the driver TCS lane. That car barely has any life to it. The Lordco lane goes through it at 8:69 with a 5, 75 miles an hour. And I think that dragster just cut out, and it did. Gonna roll to a stop just shy of the 8th mile mark. Thought maybe it might have something in it, and nope, it just completely cut out just past the 330 foot. Good stuff on the reaction time. 0.70 with a 2 on the tree. That's 0.07 of a second. So we're going to be down here for a little bit to assist the stranded junior dragster and also check out one of the photo sensors. And we'll be, again, back underway in short order. looking clear as we're going to get set to roll right back into Junior Dragster Test and Tune. Ashton Katnick for TK Performance bringing it up here in that TCS line. This is going to be a single pass. One-tenth on the tree for Ashton Katnick. So he will run up towards the 8th mile mark. Logs a 11.788, 53 miles an hour. That'll bring Lincoln Shirk, defending Junior Lightning champion, to be racing Emma Debris-Coos. Burnout's complete for Shirk and Coos. We'll roll this pairing forward. So as we continue to roll through Junior Dragster Test and Tune, we have a couple announcements we want to make. We're going to start off with exhibition vehicles. So this goes for stuff like Pro Mods and the really fast vehicles. Lanes are going to be completely open for you all day long. So again, exhibition vehicles such as Pro Mods, etc. You have open lanes. You're coming down to lane number 5. It will be open for you all day long whenever you want to come on up and make a test hit. At this point, we are also going to call all Summit ET racers and door slammers, super combo, etc. And come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So all bracket racers, this includes door slammers and super combos, super shifters, etc. Come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Be sure to write what tree you want on the side of your car. Left side. A sportsman tree, either full 5, F5, something of that nature will work. If you want a Pro 4 light, P4, Pro 4, Pro 5, same situation, P5, Pro 5, something to indicate what kind of a tree you want, so we can set you up properly. So once again, that is all Summit ET racers, including super shifters, super combos, and door slammers, coming up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Exhibition classes such as Pro Mods and any other really fast vehicles we might have out here this weekend. You have open lanes for the day down to lane 5 exclusively. It's going to wrap it up for our junior dragster testing. We're going to roll into a lone junior street car. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I have one other announcement to make. Along with the bracket classes, licensing passes. Almost forgot about you guys. Licensing passes. You can also come on up to the staging lanes. You'll be behind the bracket racers. So once again, licensing passes. You are also eligible to now come on up to the lanes. $11,738 at 60 miles an hour for the junior street runner, and I believe that'll take us now into motorcycle testing for their first tested to run of the weekend. Now, this includes motorcycles for not just the Summit ET races, but for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. All CMDRA classes are going to be test and tuning here today as well. Of course, CMDRA going to be running all of their classes in kind of concert with our Summit ET Series doubleheader. They're going to be qualifying all day on Saturday. I believe it's going to be 3 qualifying hits on the Saturday, just like the Canada West Door Slammers. And I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong on this, but I believe they'll have 1 qualifying hit on Sunday as well, Sunday morning, before they'll roll into eliminations. And as I predicted, I have been corrected. They do not have a 4th qualifying hit on Sunday. So it'll be 3 qualifiers on the Saturday tomorrow for all CMDRA classes. That is going to be including their CMDRA Super Gas, Crazy 8, Pro Dragster, Pro Extreme, V Pro, Super Bike, and Street, and then Hot Twin, I believe, as well. So first run of English. First round of motorcycle testing here in this one. got a Skip Oheisel over in the 2022 Hayabusa. That's over Lordco lane. I got nothing on file just yet for the TCS side. That'll likely be corrected as the day moves along. Away on green lights, hightailing up towards the quarter mile. TCS side 9:05 with a 9, 158 miles an hour. TCS or Lordco side goes 10:30 with an 8 and 147. Attention in the pits, on the starting line, or in the staging lanes. You have a motorcycle in the staging lanes that has no rider right now. Whoever that motorcycle belongs to, you have to return to your bike immediately, please. There's an unattended motorcycle sitting in the staging lanes. Whoever's the rider of that, please return to your motorcycle immediately, as we are now running motorcycle testing. A pair of Harleys coming on up here. TCS and Lordco side. Bit of a tank slapper from the Lordco lane as he got out of the hitch, but not going to let that deter him. He's going to hightail up towards the top end. TCS side goes 11.747 at 117 miles an hour. The Lordco Harley will go 13.142 at 102. I'll bring up Tom Turan to the Lordco side in his 2017 GSXR. Names that bike the Kraken. Going up against a drag bike over here, TCS side. Turan carrying that front wheel past the 6 foot before it sets down and out of the throttle. So problem sent him big time for Tom Turan out of the hitch. The TCS lane going to go through at 11.005, 124 miles an hour. Tom Turan already down to 55 miles an hour by just the 8th. If motorcycle racing is your thing, be sure to absolutely check out the Westwood Motorcycle Racing Club. They tend to race out here a few times a year at the Speed Fanatics Road Course, and holy cow, do they ever put on a good show down in our 2.2 kilometer road course. TCS side runs down to 9.69 with a 0, 144 miles an hour. Mike Rose, the Fountain Tire. Rockies at Venzel Mechanical going to put down an 11.210 at 118 miles an hour. Bring it up for another single pass over here on the TCS side. Quarter mile reads out an 8.707 at 154 miles an hour. That'll bring up Darren Bowman. His 1400cc drag bike from 2008. Problems getting off the line, TCS side, none for the Lordco lane. On that right lane, it'll be 10.121, 135 miles an hour. Darren Bowman goes through 15.089 at 78. Bring up Steve Abusini in his CBR 1100 XX Blackbird motorcycle for PRP Automotive. Now, this bike, deceptively quick. I have seen this thing put down 180-mile-an-hour passes. This thing could stand up to Pro Mod bikes. I've seen it beat a Pro Mod bike or two here at the Titanium Strip. So this thing is absolutely a sleeper. Oh, not gonna get it this time, though. Spins up the back tire, and that's gonna be an aborted run for Steve Abusini. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. High school, you are on standby. That is once again, high school, you are on standby for your next hit at the racetrack. Looks like that's going to be a wrap then on motorcycle not qualifying. I'm stuck on race day. It's not, we don't do qualifying today. We do testing today. Qualifying is tomorrow. We'll roll into our bracket categories next, where the drivers are going to be wanting either Pro 4, Pro 5, or Sportsman Trees. Over at Randy Hermson in the Behemoth Oldsmobile, a frequent runner in both Sportsman and Hot Rod, also a runner in Hot Rod. And then in Pro Bracket, going to be Dennis Winton, bringing up the Shaggy Bel Air over Lordco side. Hundreds on the tree to the good from Randy Hermson, but it will be Dennis Winton to get there first. Puts down on 11.607, 113 miles an hour. Randy Hermson goes 13.242 at 104. Got a Dodge pickup over here going up against Kelly Voss's hardtail dragster. Easily gets there ahead. 8.25 of the 7 at 157 miles an hour for the hardtail dragster as he pops the laundry, and the pickup going to go 11.866 at 110. Pete Legg in the 1956 Chevy delivery machine will be racing Steve Thorin over in the Lordco side. That car looking to be running in the door slammer category. Steve Thorne waiting to stage in his Super Pro / door side machine, Lordco side. Both races on poles up now to the quarter mile. And it'll be 13:065 at 82 miles an hour for the driver in the Lordco lane. Pete Legos 13:695 at 93 for the TCS side. Veronica Hodgson in the Dodge Dart over here, TCS side. Will be racing the Malibu wagon over that Lordco lane. I understand that's Kevin McCauley over there in the Lordco lane. The vehicle we don't typically see him in. Racers getting away on green lights. It's going to be a tight one at the top end, too. It will be Veronica Hodgson, though, getting there first. 12.392, 109 miles an hour. Kevin McCauley goes to 12.735 at 104. And some debris kicked up from Kevin McCauley's car, so we're going to be shut down for just a brief moment as we get set to clean things up. Hopefully we'll be back up and running here shortly. Attention in the pits, and again, attention in the staging lanes. Want to remind drivers that as much as I know it is tempting on Test and Tune Day, it is one hit per class call. We are running class groups today. We've got, of course, the bracket racers, motorcycle juniors, and then high school. But it is one hit per rotation. That is because there is so many cars today. We really can't do hot lapping. I know, like how we normally do. So we only have open lanes for the exhibition cars. So unless you're something like a Pro Mod or a Harley, a Top Fuel Harley, not a street Harley, you shouldn't be the one hot lapping here. And I'm going to say, if a Pro Mod can hot lap, I'll be impressed.
John Jenkins heading down the quarter mile, and let's see what happens here as he makes his first hit of the day. Goes 1081, 122 miles an hour. The other lane, 1214, 109 miles an hour. As Rob Monroe Sr. and Ross Walker do their burnouts. second row in the hot rod runs through with a 890. 890, 150 miles an hour. Ross Walker goes 1007, 131 miles an hour. And that brings up the perennial competitors onto the start line. These two guys just, they not only do they pit beside each other, they get into the staging lanes beside each other, and they are on the start line.
It's a tale as old as time. Wouldn't it be a proper team race if they didn't have at least 3 hits together?
Oh, come on. Yeah, that's true. Wow, 10:09 for Benke. 10:09 at 131 miles an hour. 10:06 for Chris Stone. I guess Benke putting on that titanium racing sticker on the front fender just gives him a bit of an edge, maybe, eh?
It's kind of like how for me with Race Spot TV, the online company I work with, we have a little saying, you put that logo on your car, you get an extra 10 horsepower.
That's right. I mean, come on. That's what they're made for. Not only just contingency money, they actually make you go fast.
Results may vary. I'm going to stress that right now. Results may very much vary.
Yeah, good point. Good point. So here we go. We are on a Friday, test and tune. Everybody getting maybe 4 or 5 hits at the racetrack before race weekend, tomorrow and Sunday. So you see the titanium racing logo on a lot of race cars, as that company, Derek Shirk's company, has certainly stepped up above and beyond in terms of participating with Mission Raceway. Spectator side goes 1069, 124 miles an hour, and 1585, just for the record book, 54 miles per hour. Coasting. So, one more test pass from the Mustang. 91 Fox-bodied Mustang. .98 miles an hour for the Dodge Dart in the other lane. 11:14 was the time. 9 flat, as I said, for the Mustang. 145 miles an hour. General rule of thumb is that if your car can run 150 miles an hour, you need to carry 1 parachute. If your car runs 200 miles an hour, you need to carry 2 parachutes. So that's the general rule of thumb there, as this 1956 VW Beetle rolls into the stage beams. Shifting through the gears. Crosses the stripe with a 1070, 129 miles an hour. 1070. 129 miles an hour.
It always amazes me how quick those little Volkswagens can go. I mean, you think 60s car, front-wheel drive, it's not going to be that quick, right? But get proven wrong every time.
I'd like to think that the aerodynamics have something to do with it, but I don't think they're going fast enough to take full advantage of the aerodynamics. Although it does cut through the wind quite nicely.
So a little heads-up notice for the racers out there in the pits. When we put you on standby, that's not a call to the lanes. We've had a few drivers that have come on up to the lanes and we put the class on standby. So do remember, we'll call you to the lanes. We'll call you a few times to the lanes even. But standby just means just get yourself ready. Don't head on down yet. Otherwise, we get the overcrowding of the stage lanes, and that's never terribly fun to deal with.
I love the name on the side of the car. The name says Dewey, Cheatham and Howe. Not a authorized law firm, but could be. Was talking to them in the pits, and they getting a little squirrely at the start. Got it back in the groove and heads down track. Runs 1168, 105 miles an hour. So heads up in the pits for all of you high school racers. I paused for burnout. The eliminations for your class will start at 2 o'clock this afternoon for all high school racers. Elimination runs will start at 2 o'clock. As we continue working our way through this first rotation, Martin Jackman on the gas and off the gas at about 300 feet. He will coast through 70 miles an hour, 14 seconds off the gas, just as we are doing test runs. That's what you want to do. You want to check out any changes that you've made to your race car, race motorcycle.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need high school to lanes 1 and 2. High school, come on down to lanes 1 and 2 for second round of qualified. High school to 1 and 2.
So licensing pass to half track. Off the gas at 89 miles an hour, 10:06.
So, cars.
So our starter Willie has a little chat with the Lacey driver down on the starting line. I want to make a very quick announcement. This is not for this weekend. This is for the Door Wars weekend coming on up in a few weeks here. For all competitors, those especially on the property that are looking to be competing in Door Wars, it is very, very high. Cannot stress this enough. Highly, highly recommended that you pre-register online. It streamlines the whole process. So pre-register online. That is the best way to go about signing on up for Door Wars 11 in a few weeks here. So that goes for every competitor on the property that's looking to be racing on the Door Wars weekend.
Hey, once again, we will remind you that you can pick up the tower, the PA, on the FM band, 92.7. We have made some adjustments to the system. So if you're in the pits and checking out 92.7, perhaps you could send someone up to the tower to say, yeah, it's working fine, yeah, it's sounding fine, yeah, it's not fine, we can't hear you, whatever it is. So 92.7. As high school is assembling in the staging lanes for their second qualifying hit. Their elimination started 2 this afternoon. So again, a test launch there in that Dodge Dart.
I carried the front wheels a little bit there. You saw the front. It was kind of jumping up and down off the ground there on that launch.
Making use of the wheelie bars.
And for a reason.
Here comes Rocky Philipchuk. Sponsored by Smitty's 1975 Vega. Running a small block Chevy under the hood. Everybody looking at checking one part of the racing activity, and reaction time was not stellar, but that's not a big problem. 129 miles an hour, goes 10:33. Vega. And that brings up Martin Jackman. 79 Pontiac. Chevy Power, he shuts it off at about 600 feet. And just coasts through the top end. 1266, 72 miles an hour. Here comes Greg Field. Runs the car in Canada West door slammer action. '69 Opel. Nice and quiet twin turbo action. Car's a pretty consistent 6-second runner. It says at the last race, what kept him out of the winner's circle was fuel pump issues.
He kind of lucked his way into the semis at least, because he had 2 competitors before him, both break out racing against him. This was after, of course, getting the number 1 qualifier, but being the only driver in that race to put a 6-second time down. Yeah, it's a unique vehicle. If you're wandering around the pits, it's definitely one of the ones you want to take a peek at. Original, it looks short. It's deceptively longer than it actually looks. It, was about 120 inches, which is what you would want it to be. The original Opel was 96 inches, which is what a AA fuel altered used to be, but that's a handful with as much horsepower as Greg has under the hood there.
Car hooked up nice. Let's pop the chutes early. Decided to get out of it. Runs 127 miles an hour. 7:12. So chutes come out, takes the early turn off. And I believe we're making the call for junior dragsters to the staging lanes.
Standby. On standby.
Oh, sorry. You are on standby, although I do see some of you rolling up already. I barely got it out.
Quick to the call.
Junior dragsters, you are on standby.
I don't think you meant to pull this.
Well, TCS lane goes 12:21, 112 miles an hour for the Camaro. And Ryder goes 100 miles an hour, 1377 on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Leanna Foster and Marcus Ashton. HS High School. That's what that stands for. This is their second hit at the racetrack. All the high schools participating have individual cars that are sponsored by the school and also individual racers from the various programs that are run at the school. 1298 for Marcus on the Lordco side, 91 miles an hour. Leanna goes 88 miles an hour at 1697. 1697, and that brings up Jonah and Nicholas. Making their way down the quarter mile, and it will be TCS side 101 miles an hour at 1424 and 1606. 87 miles an hour. So I was talking to some of the racers from Surrey Christian, and they are here with not only the school car, as I was talking about, but also individual racers have the opportunity to make a whole bunch of runs on the car. Great to see the high schools all participating with their school clubs. Morgan runs 112 miles an hour at 1185. In the other lane, it's 93 miles an hour at 1512. 1512. Jonas over here, tower side. I was talking to him about how to get that ding out of the right rear fender. just do a little bit of body work on it, right? Made a whole bunch of runs on Wednesday in that Infinity.
Both racers hightailed up towards the quarter mile. It's 200s on the tree for Eli over in the Lordco lane. Jonas over in TCS side will get there first, though. 14.22 with a 5 at 96 miles an hour. Eli goes 6.233 out of 89. That'll bring up Julian Polavina racing Kianatsma. Kianatsma on the second qualifying hit. Excuse me, going to put down a 17.130, 79 miles an hour. Julian Polavina goes 17.640 at 77. Bring up Phil W. racing Menno Connings. 360 cubic inch machine over here in the TCS lane, going up against the Silver Bullet for Riverside College over in the Lordco lane. Didn't sound very healthy from the Riverside College station wagon over in the Lordco lane. While Phil runs over one of our staging cones over here back at the TCS lane. Both cars, in fact, shutting it off. And Phil across the line, 20 seconds on the clock. Connings will be maybe just a little bit behind. Yes, 27 seconds. That didn't sound terribly healthy from either car on that run, so a pair of aborted runs will lead us to Jeremiah Talon over here, TCS side. Oh, and again, losing fire for Talon over in the TCS lane, and that's going to allow the Surrey Firefighters Fox Body Mustang to get a free run. On that Lordco pass goes 14.234 at 98 miles an hour. Jeremiah Talon going to kind of coast up to the finish line just behind. Volkswagen Jetta, Lordco side, going up against Matthew Novak's Camaro Z28 over here at TCS side. Whoa, heads up, losing the back end and just going to get that thing gathered up shy of the 330 foot. But that car got way out of the groove on the left side, almost crossed the center line on the right side. And I'm sure the driver in the Volkswagen just had a moment to think about jamming on the binders on that deal. Another aborted run, though. And Novak going to coast that one up to the top end. Bringing up a Malibu versus another Camaro Z28. It is Sahibaj Gill going up against Stefan H. Of course, RCMP and Light Bar decked out police car over in the Lordco lane. I'm sure that'd be a car that some patrolman would love to have as a part of their roster. It'd be great for the top end speed down on the low. Is the Malibu going to run down? Put in the 12.341, 106 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 13.445 at 103. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We're calling all junior classes to the lanes. So that's going to be junior dragsters. Come on down to lane 1, junior street to lane 2. Once again, that is junior dragsters to lane 1, junior street to lane 2. That puts motorcycles back on standby. It's got a Nissan here. Going up against, I think that's another Chevy over in the Lordco lane.
What is?
17646 Lordco lane. At 74 miles an hour. The Nissan over here, TCS side, goes 17604 at 85. Well, as we're getting set to wrap high school up and roll back into the juniors, it's about time that I'm going to have to be taking my leave here in a minute. So, Jerry, I'm going to pass things back on down to you, and I'll wish you a good rest of your day here.
Thank you, Nolan. Yes. Thanks, Nolan, for filling everybody in on the racing or the test run action here this morning. Friday's mission, test and tune, but we do have some elimination runs for the high school category that will be coming up at 2 o'clock. So I just want to thank Nolan once again for everything he has done this morning. We have called junior dragsters to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters and junior street to the staging lanes. Looks like a Monza heading down track. Fast learner, it's called. $87 miles an hour, 14.90. 14.90 at 87.94. Hey, let's call it 88 miles an hour. Junior dragsters rolling into the staging lanes. We'll have dragsters in 1 and street in 2, I think is what Nolan said. We'll go with that.
Is this one also high school, or is this a junior street car?
Pickup making a leisurely pass down the quarter mile. 49 miles an hour, 23 seconds, if you're keeping track. And that's going to bring up the Junior Dragster program. We can take a minute to talk about the man who makes the junior programs possible here out at Mission Raceway, and that's, of course, the sponsor, Peden Industries. And the man behind Peden Industries racing program is Neil Smith. With Neil's support, our junior dragsters in Junior Street now have a chance to win up to $100 cash. And we've seen the program grow from 6 racers to over 30 racers. That's right, 30 in our junior program. Now Neil's excavation business at Peden Industries is looking to donate even more to the kids and families of these programs. Now, Neil has been in excavation for 50 years, and he specializes in developing farmland. So if you own a farm and have been thinking about land clearing or site grading, well, Neil is the guy to call. And right now, if you mention drag racing, when you call him, you'll get 5% off, and he'll match that in a contribution to the junior programs here at Mission Raceway Park. So call Neil today for a free quote on your project and support a local business helping keep kids on the track. You can find him at PedenIndustries.ca, or you can call at 604-341-7374. Peden Industries, 604-341-7374. Our sponsors in the Junior Dragster programs, Peden Industries. So great to see such a full field of junior dragsters and junior street racers here over the course of 2023. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We're going to put some categories on standby, and that would be Pro 4 and Full 5. Pro 4, Full 5. We need you on standby. So junior dragsters rolling up now, making some test runs here today. Connor Jackson, tower side. And in the other lane, Hunter Gallant. Hunter in a new car this year. New junior dragster. Get the 8th mile stripe. Hunter goes 9:16. 9:16 at 69 miles an hour. Connor goes 9:17 at 71 miles an hour. That brings up the next pair. Tower side, CL Gagnon. See her dad, Nate. Heading up the Big Kids Racing crew on his Nitro Harley. He will be running, of course, here this weekend, looking to set a new record. The record for Top Fuel Harley has been pretty static since about 2014, so anxious to get that updated. In the other lane, Emma Debris Coos. Father's taking a year off from the Canada West Door Slammers. Emma's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. .787 is the time for Emma. 794 for CL. 82 miles an hour for CL, and 82 for Emma as well. Saw the red light come on for Emma. One of the things you want to do on your test run, of course, is always try and cut a good light. Push the tree a little bit. Make sure that you're leaving on yellow as opposed to waiting for the green. The common consensus, of course, is if you see green on the start line, you are late. $17.82. TCS side, 33 miles an hour. Alex Green. Actually, that looks like Nate. Over here, tower side. You got to check out that wrap. That's a special wrap that they put on that junior dragster. Gives it the look of a weathered patina, shall we say. That is nicely detailed. Tower side, Nate goes 1178. 1178 at 52 miles an hour. 1216 in the other lane, 52 miles an hour. brings up the third car. In the Green Brothers Racing team, they have 3 cars this year. Nate, Jack, who's just started this year, and Alex. So Jack is racing in Alex's old car, and Alex steps up into this new ride for him in 2023. Lordco side runs 53 miles an hour at 1176, 1549 here on the tower side, 38 miles an hour. .893 is the time on the Lordco side, 73 miles an hour, 1183. See all the junior dragsters tuned up to match the age of the driver. Isabella Marshall rolling forward along with Jack Green in the other lane. Doing the 2 categories together, Thunder and Lightning. Thunder being for ages 5 to 12, and Lightning for ages 12 to 17. We split the program up that way, and of course, the age of the driver does dictate how fast the junior dragster will run. That's why you see some of the younger drivers racing in the 13, 14, and 12-second range, and the older drivers in the Lightning cars will be as quick as 780, 790. So older driver here, tower side, and TCS lane goes 903 at 74 miles per hour. Jack in his first year goes 1412. 1412 at 44 miles an hour. That is Jack in the Lordco lane. on and off the throttle action there. Good run, 880, 72 miles an hour. .787 on the Lordco side, 82 miles an hour, 789 on the TCS side, 81 miles an hour. Both junior dragsters in the Lightning category, pretty evenly matched there. 787 against a 789. Their reaction times on the start line, wow, just about 3 thousandths of a second difference. 024 against an 027. So they were testing, but there's always a little bit of competition in the blood when you're on the start line against somebody. And so 787 on the Lordco side, good for getting there first, shall we say. Pay attention in the pits. We're going to make the call now for Pro 4 and Full 5. If you would head to the staging lanes, please. We need Pro 4 and Full 5 to the staging lanes. We would ask that Pro 4 roll up in lanes 1 and 2. And Full 5 in 3 and 4. So Pro 4 will put you in 1 and 2. And then Full 5 in 3 and 4. Junior street test at this point. Once again, while it is quiet, we are calling Pro 4 to lanes 1 and 2. Pro 4, lanes 1 and 2. full 5 in 3 and 4. And motorcycles, you will be on standby running after the full 5. So Pro 4, bring them up to lanes 1 and 2. Full 5, lanes 3 and 4, and motorcycles, you are on standby. So Junior Street, like Junior Dragster, raced to the 8th mile. 11:15 was the time for the van. 62 miles an hour as a pickup rolls up between the staging cones. $11:34 for the pickup, 50 miles an hour on that test pass. So once again, we have called Pro 4 to lanes 1 and 2 and full 5, lanes 3 and 4. And once again, we're also mentioning that we are, if you're having trouble hearing us on the PA, you can tune us in at 92.7 on FM. 92.7. And if you're doing that out at some part of the racetrack, wouldn't mind you popping into the tower and saying, yes, it sounds good, or no, it sounds distorted, or whatever. We always like to have a check on that. So if you're tuning us in at 92.7 and you happen to be wandering up to the tower, let us know that it is sounding okay. And it looks like John DeYoung is going to make a test pass in his 68 Camaro. Normally runs Top Sportsman or Canada West Door Slammers, as he does here. 6-second Camaro. At the first race of the year 2 weeks ago, first opportunity for most of these categories to have a race day, John was plagued with problems. So clearly, having made a lot of changes and repairs, he is doing a test run here to see how effective those were. Much nicer. 669. 669 at 208 miles an hour. So whatever it was that they tweaked and torqued, it worked. 669. The elapsed time, 208 miles per hour. And this is looking like Otto Schulte. So Otto Schulte over here, tower side. In the other lane, Brody Shirk in the Chevy 2. Sponsored by Titanium Racing. Otto with a long list of sponsors. Both cars heading down the quarter. 752 rather, for Otto Schulte. 183 miles an hour and 834 for Brody. 160 miles an hour. 76 Dart of Jeff Bell. Here, Tower side against Pete Lake. Chevy delivery wagon. The Dart runs 1099, 109 miles an hour, and 93 miles an hour for the wagon at 1371. Mustang belongs to Dale Posnick, 67 Mustang. Riff Raff Racing, he calls it. And over here, Tower side, I'm thinking that is an old gasser torquing the left front wheel, but keeping it straight in the groove. Mustang goes 1028. Older model car goes 1192 at 107 miles an hour. So John Jenkins rolls up in his pickup, and it is actually his. I was talking to John in the pits. Started out on the motorcycle, then went into a car, then went into the dragster, and now is into the pickup. And it's working well this year so far. Blew it up on the second run last year. So got a brand new motor in that pickup, and he's quite happy with it. He gets to the stripe with a 1073, 1063 in the other lane. 125 miles an hour against 123 miles an hour for John. Plymouth Barracuda now rolling out of the water box and heading to the beams. Well, here they are, just like last time. Jim Benke, Chris Stone, always making a race of it. Benke's in the Barracuda, and Chris Stone is in the Dodge Dart. Typically on a run, these two are separated by a couple hundred. Oh, getting out of shape there, heading for the wall. Benke manages to wisely get off the gas. Chris Stone goes through with a 10:06, 131, but Benke had his problems on the start line and lifted the front end as he normally does, headed straight for the wall, and decided that, get my foot out of that. So go back into the pits and make sure that everything is okay with that Barracuda. Rob Monroe Sr. here tower side, and looks like a little Blazer over in the other lane. Camaro goes 9:15, 150 miles an hour, 9:15. Identified as running in the Super Pro category, as are a number of these cars making test runs here this afternoon. See the safety crew out at the top end, just attending to the Camaro that ran. Red lights are flashing on the tree. Yeah, once again, we make the point that if you're in an area where you're not able to hear the PA, you can tune us in at 92.7. 92.7 should have us loud and clear on the FM band in the pit area. Wheels up launch for the gasser in the Lordco lane. 8:82 is the time, 151 miles an hour. 10:45 on the TCS side, 130 miles per hour. As Dennis Winton rolls up against Ross Walker in the other lane. Winton driving the station wagon. Chevy 2, well, that is Ross Walker. 427 cubic inch Chevy underneath the hood of that silver Chevy 2. Everybody racing heads up in these test runs. 10:05 for Walker, 131 miles an hour. 10:05. 11:60 for the wagon, 113 miles per hour. Kelly Voss now bringing his dragster running in Super Pro. That is the category that Kelly normally races in. Experienced his fair share of problems the other day with a broken transmission. So brand new transmission in place. Kelly was saying how the feeling in the car was that it was not flexing properly or flexing too much. So we spent a little bit of time putting in some extra braces into the chassis to handle the 500 cubic inches that are now sitting behind him as opposed to the original 380 cubic inches that used to be there. So bigger power plant, more horsepower, more flex in the car, and so these runs are all going into the record books to say, is it working or not? 825 for Kelly, 158 miles an hour. So another set of numbers to add to the book. Make sure that all the changes they made to the chassis and to the engine, transmission are making sense and moving the car in a positive direction. Here's a couple more cars that normally run in the door slammer category. That's Derek Shirk in the Chevy over on the Lordco side. If you're in the pits, you want to take a look at the interior when it's available on that older model Chevy. You have a simulated dashboard that is absolutely amazing to look at. It's attention to detail that is hidden from most people in the stands. You would not know all of the work that they spend making that car look good, not only on the outside, but on the inside as well. Just a credit to the craftsman behind the wheel. That's Derek Shirk. Lordco side of the racetrack. Wow, out of shape badly. Please stay in your seats. We'll have the safety crew there to take a look at what happened. So once again, we would ask all spectators to stay away from the scene if you're not related to the safety crew or anyone attending from safety. We would ask that you give them lots of space to do what they have to do.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I think Jerry.
So the car launched hard and went into the wall before flipping over. Derek is out of the car, and that's always great to see. Safety crew will be obviously attending to this situation, and we will be down for a certain amount of time because we obviously have to get the car turned over, and we'll have to reset the guard wall as well. As soon as I have any official update, I can certainly bring you up to date, but until we know everything for sure, you can see what I can see. And again, we'll just appreciate everybody remaining in their seats. This would certainly be a good time to head over to the concession stand and grab a bite to eat, head into the pro shop, head into the pit area. We'll be down for a few more minutes, obviously, and I'll give you a good heads up as far as when you need to be heading back into the stands. So again, I should mention that we are obviously going to be down for some time here as we correct the situation. We will need to remove Derek's car from the track, and then there will have to be some maintenance. We have a forklift coming to reset the guard wall, and that will need to be set. All of these things are part of very specific specifications before racing can be undertaken. So it's going to be a while as the safety crew and car crew are looking to get the car turned over and then off the track, and we'll have to do some maintenance on that. If you're feeling hunger pangs, I know exactly where you need to go, and that is the Half Track Snack Shack. They have got all sorts of good stuff available there, and this would be a good time to head into the pits and take a look at cars that are there, and you can see the crew. They've turned over the car for on Derek's Chevy, so it's now upright, and that's a masterful feat of manhandling a race car. So, got the official word that Derek has been out of the car for a while, and he is he's in fine shape. He's okay, and that is always good to know that the safety equipment that the NHRA mandate for these race cars is working properly and keeping the drivers safe. We can obviously, there I was talking about all the attention to detail that is on view, on display in that Chevy, and now it is a little worse for wear, shall we say. But we can repair the car, and so it's a great thing. It's a blessing that Derek is fine, and I'm sure he will be back on track as soon as possible. So again, just to emphasize that we will be taking a few more minutes to sort out the racing surface. So I will give everybody a good heads up as far as when you might want to head back to take a look at stuff that's in the pits and then head back to the stands after that. This weekend is, of course, the Motorcycle Drag Racing Association's Week to Shine. They have a full fleet of motorcycles here, the CMDRA. You can see their trailer in the pit area. If you're a aficionado of the two-wheel drag racing action, well, this is a great weekend for you to be here at Mission Raceway. Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association is a group that formed back in 1993, and it was formed by a group of West Coast professional drag bike racers and motorcycle enthusiasts. They have a host of different classes and lots of interesting technology on display. Besides having a desire to match their bikes and mechanical and riding skills with others, they also saw a need for some sort of organization, some sort of points gathering system, and So they put together the CMDRA, and they've become known throughout Canada and the United States as a strong, organized association. They are committed to safety, development, and enhancement of all makes of motorcycle drag racing. The CMDRA is a nonprofit association, and they are the only fully sanctioned NHRA drag bike racing association in Canada. It's organized and operated by a volunteer-elected board of directors as well. Spectators at all the events are invited to visit the pits, as you can here at Mission Raceway, talk with the racers and crews, and participate in all sorts of different activities that are on tap for Saturday. On Sundays, it's going to be an interesting race, as they have some very unique bike categories that will be witnessed to. If you are a motorcycle rider, well, you can talk to members to see about joining the CMDRA and become part of one of the fastest growing motorsports events in the country. So want to welcome all of the CMDRA motorcycle racers here to Mission Raceway this weekend. Just give you a little bit of an update as far as where we're at. The car obviously has been taken back into the pits, and you can see it if you're wandering into the pits. The driver, Derek, great to see him. He seems all fine. Start line crew is attending to the start line traction compound and scraping the track to get any excess rubber. The forklift has realigned the guard wall, and so we are getting a little bit closer to resuming the test and tune runs here this Friday afternoon. And we certainly thank you for your patience. And again, we'll keep you posted as far as us getting closer to cars down the track. I did talk a little bit about the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. What I didn't do is talk about the sponsors that they have aligned with in 2023. And so here's an opportunity for me to do that. We want to thank all the people who are behind the motorcycle riders. The CMDRA sponsors include Turple Brothers, Crazy Eights Class, and Rimby Events sponsor. Quality Trophies, that's the Pro Extreme class. Pedo Productions, Super Gas Class, and the Medicine Hat event. VP Racing Fuels, sponsor of the Pro Drag class. Southland Power Sports, sponsoring the Street class. Lens Performance and Cycle, who sponsor the Prince George event. Woodpines RV Resort, the Superbike class. Honda Extreme Powerhouse, Wall Racing, Davis GMC Buick Medicine Hat, Universal Cycle, BRT Construction, and Sinister Saints Racing. All of those folks stepping up and providing sponsorship funds and time for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association here at Mission Raceway this weekend. So the car that went into the wall, that is a car belonging to Derek Shirk. And Derek Shirk, of course, is the owner, proprietor of the Titanium Auto Group. They are Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. And his race car was certainly a stellar example of the attention to detail, and I'm sure that he'll be working hard to get that back on the racetrack and looking as beautiful as ever. As far as the Titanium Auto Group, well, regardless of the budget that you have, they will provide you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs, because that is what their customers have come to expect. They have 2 locations, which are located in Langley. Titanium's flagship store is located at 9494 200th Street, just south of the Golden Ears Bridge. On the corner of Fraser Highway and Willowbrook Drive is where you'll find their second superb location, right across the street from Willowbrook Mall. You can check them out at www.titaniumapproved.ca. Fill out an application there, or check them out at titaniumautogroup.ca and their Facebook pages and Instagram pages. Visit them at one of their locations, and they will certainly do their best to get you in the car of your choice. So we always want to send a big shout out to Derek and the Titanium Auto Group for all they do here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So if you're wandering around in the pits and wondering what is happening on track, everything has come together. We are now spraying, putting a new coat of traction compound. We may end up doing another drag on the track, but the sprayer is almost completing the Lordco lane. We'll be coming back, and so we're not too far from getting back underway. We've got a few cars left in the staging lanes. Pro 4, full 5. We have got motorcycle. You guys should all be on standby because we'll be calling you up to the lanes very, very shortly, getting you in for your next test pass. So if you're wandering about, I would say now's probably a good time to start wandering back to the bleachers. Direct your seats to the seats, and we are going to get underway. We just did a quick spray of the track, and that is completed. We did a check on the tree and the incremental timers at the 60-foot mark. Those of you new to drag racing, we have incremental timers. Those are the blocks that you see sprinkled down the quarter mile. There is information that's delivered to all the racers and the tower up here at the, of course, the reaction time off the Christmas tree, and then the 60-foot blocks, 330-foot block, the 8th mile block over by the indicator of 8th mile, and there is a mile per hour block as well. There's 1,000 foot, and then at the quarter mile, there is a mile per hour and ET at the end of the quarter mile. The mile per hour block is the one just before the end of the quarter mile, measuring the speed at the top end over approximately 66 feet. So those incremental blocks all have to be lined up, and infrared beams are bounced off of plastic cells that are on those blocks, and that gives us all the information we need up here in the tower to make sure that the car is performing the way that it should be. All of that is delivered to the racers, and they can tune their cars accordingly. So that is the situation there. So you probably be good in heading back to the bleachers if you're wandering around, and we will be sending cars down shortly. So water is being poured into the burnout box. Start line crew is heading back to their stations. And we are going to be going back to racing. Motorcycles, you have been put on standby, all right? Motorcycles on standby. We have about 4 cars left to run in the full 5 Pro 4 category. Martin Jackman now, 79 Pontiac. 454 cubic inch Chevy under the hood of that Pontiac. $10.90 on the window. That is the index that car usually runs, I would imagine. So Jackman heading through the top end, just off the gas at 91 miles an hour at 1064. This is test and tune after all, so a lot of these cars are not necessarily looking to make full quarter-mile runs. They are just looking to basically get a sense of how well the car, truck, or even motorcycle, or junior dragster is performing. Brad Owen, 55 Chevy. On track, Lordco Lane goes 971. 971 at 135 miles an hour for Brad.
Sportsmanship? That's
So the burnout complete. Car gets shut off as safety crew noticed a small part emanating from underneath the Dodge Dart, and wisely it was shut off. Diapers are brought out and put onto the offending substance on the racing surface. I always think to myself, you know, it's one thing to be sitting in the stands and experience an oil down. It's another thing entirely to experience an oil down firsthand by having to work hard to clean it up. I guess if I have my druthers, I'd sooner be sitting in the stands. But we're certainly really appreciative of all the young people and, well, everybody, including Brian, who are out there, and Willie, who are out there working hard to clean up and make sure that the racing surface is back in tip-top shape. Safety being the primary concern, so we certainly appreciate your patience in the stands, but we're going to be having to clean the start line here for a little bit more, a few more minutes. I see Nate. I believe that's, one of the Top Fuel Harleys is underneath the bridge. Going to be making a test pass. What did I read on our Facebook page Hey, I would urge you to check out the Mission Raceway Facebook page because there is a wealth of information, not only for drag racing, but for all the other classes too. So the quest is on to better the Top Fuel Harley record, both sides set in 2014. And it looks like while they deal with the tower side oil down, we are going to have cars go down on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the spectator side, and that is Adam DeYoung in his Camaro. So Adam DeYoung heading down track. Runs at 856, 156 miles an hour. 856, 156 miles an hour. And Adam should be pretty happy with that run. Adam runs, of course, in the Canada West Door Slammers. You need to run 870 or better to be in the Door Slammer program. So his 856 certainly get him in, and he'll be happy with that. So if you're not in the stands yet, I see a Top Fuel Harley that is sitting underneath the bridge, and they're going to make a run. Hey, attention in the pits. High school, we need you to the lanes, please. High school, we need you to the lanes. Bring them up. The twin turbo Opel GT of Greg Field. 6-second runner, 200 miles an hour. This car is mean and lean, homemade. 120-inch wheelbase, so just about as short as you want to make it. Looks actually shorter than 120, doesn't it? Was plagued with fuel pump issues last race. Ran earlier today. It was a shoots out early run. Not sure if they vibrated out. Seemed to be under full power when they came out, so let's see what happens this time. As I say, it's a 6-second car, has run 6.6, 6.8, so when it hooks up, it is a screamer. Nope, out of shape, and he shuts it off. You don't want to risk it. Car got a little bit loose. Right around the 60 foot, 100 foot, and so safety crew is out just doing a physical check on the track to make sure the traction compound is laid out where they want it to be. So Top Fuel Harley fired up. You notice they fire them up standing on the side. It's a safety precaution. You have a motorcycle that is about 1,000 pounds with about 1,000 horsepower, and that is quite a ratio. On that Top Fuel Harley, fast lane racing legend Ron Hunnett. Back at the racetrack after a number of years away. Test pass, running nitromethane in that Top Fuel Harley. Watch the front wheels. Wow, a lot of body English keeping it off the center line. That's the primary method of steering for the Top Fuel Harleys. The steering is not overly long, so there's just a lot of leaning and bending and wrenching and doing whatever you can to keep it in the groove. And so the body English got him down there with a 996, 92 miles per hour. So we are looking for someone to break the record in Top Fuel Harley. The records were set back in 2014. The ET record set by Damian Cowden, 6:24. 6:24. And the mile per hour by Tommy Grimes at 234 miles per hour. So the hunt is on to reset those records that go way back to 2014, so almost 10 years old by my math. My math was never great, but I can certainly figure that out. So this is going to be the weekend to watch for that to happen with the full schedule, as we're about to see some of the test runs from the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association group of racers that are here this weekend. They are in the staging lanes getting set for some preliminary test hits before going into qualifying and racing action tomorrow and Sunday. On the start line in the orange Kawasaki, that is Gary Christopher.
So safety for the next bit, just the spectator lane.
.685 at 180 miles an hour for Gary Christopher. 685. Next up is Steve Abbassini. Calls the Blackbird. Steve's motorcycle, of course, sponsored by PRP Automotive. Getting over into the center line and gets off the throttle and will coast through at 1087, 63 miles an hour. .867, 157 miles per hour. And I believe that was Tom Turand. Running in the V Pro category. V Pro consisting of gas-burning V-twin based engines that have been modified for drag racing. And they race in a heads-up 4/10 tree. It's a pro tree. So much like you see the top fuel cars and funny cars and pro stock motorcycle, they run 4/10 tree. Way over on the center line, way over. I mean, it was all he could do to keep it away. On and off the throttle. And definitely off at the top end goes 1232 at 85 miles an hour. It's a little straighter down the groove. Goes 10:01. 10:01 on that checkout pass. 97 miles an hour. .1142 at 114 miles an hour for that motorcycle. Whole Shot Engine Works. Trevor Flight was the rider. I was waiting for him to exit the top end before we stage up the next one. Here comes Bailey Quinn. Sponsored by Speed and Strength. And he runs through with a 12.96, 99 miles an hour. Bumping into the stage beams now is Dieter Gersh. Sponsored by Graceland Garage and the Torque Twisters. Dieter on a 2006 Harley. Wheels up and ease off the throttle, but get it back in the groove. Goes 1035 at 115 miles per hour. Shane Harder off the throttle on that pass. 2005 Suzuki. 1000 cc goes 1498, 92 miles an hour. At the top end, it's a 932 in the Lordco side, 129 miles an hour. As Chris Crawford brings his motorcycle to the line. Sponsored by Black Label Apparel. Problems at the hit for Chris, but you want to get those out of the way in the test and tune session, so now's the time to do it. Here comes Tiffany Main. 2020 Harley Davidson, sponsored by Odin Manufacturing. .1172 is the elapsed time, 115 miles an hour. Logan Boys, 1368cc Harley Davidson. Runs a 12:69 at 102 miles an hour. As we continue test runs here for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association group that are on the property this weekend with their feature race. That was tricky. Front end way up on that motorcycle. Goes 951, 145 miles an hour. Neil Churchill. Here comes Corey Craig now. So Corey Craig goes 1024, 145 miles an hour. That brings up our first actual pair. We have the tower side lane all cleaned up, spruced up, ready to go. So we can run them side by side. Mike Rose and Scott Richardson. Mike Rose over here, tower side on a 1000cc Suzuki. And Scott, 1300 Suzuki. Once again, grabbing hold of the track. Wheels coming up on Scott's motorcycle. Goes 996, 134 miles an hour against Mike Rose. Runs 1136 on that test pass, 116 miles an hour. Again, all riders are just looking to get some runs on the motorcycles, get a feel for the racing surface this weekend, as they will go into qualifying and racing tomorrow and Sunday. $11:32 at 140 miles an hour. And Phil in the Lordco lane goes 1287. Getting backed out of the water, Pro Modified motorcycle that is identified as a motorcycle that is purpose-built, a highly modified production-based engine, runs $9.99 in an ET or quicker. And they use various fuel and fuel delivery options, a lot of different options available to them. Weight restrictions are enforced. So that's the Pro Modified that's sitting underneath the bridge right now. Sitting in the water box, Rob Ashton and Shane Harder. Shout out going from Rob to Zen Customs Home, sponsoring the motorcycle here on the tower side. Both riders staying in the groove, not a problem there. First through on the Lordco side, Shane runs 885 at 157 miles an hour. 1231 for Rob at a 54 mile per hour, so clearly just off the throttle at the top end.
Yeah, it's on there, but I don't know.
Here we go, back with the Pro Mod bike. So, problems to sort out there, but better that be today than on race day. So we are doing another test hit qualifying run here for the high school. 14:39 for Jonah. 14:39 at 101 miles an hour. The pickup goes 20 seconds, 20.67. Here comes Nicholas and Julianne now. Hey, attention in the pits. Junior Dragsters, we need you on standby. Junior Dragsters, we need you on standby as we are going through our third qualifying session here for the high school category. But Junior Dragsters, you should be on standby. We'll be calling you up to the lane shortly. So here we go. Make the call. This is your call, Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters, Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2. Junior Dragsters, bring them up. Thunder to lane 1, Lightning, lane 2. As we continue to make some qualifying passes here in the high school category. The next time you see all these cars, it will be an elimination race for them. One goes on the trailer. Lordco side goes 1637. 89 miles an hour, 1631 for Braden Smith at 86 miles per hour on the TCS side. Kai Jardine goes 12:26 at 102 in the Camaro. The other lane, 17:04 at 77 miles an hour. Gary Verbeek over here, Tower Side. Prospera Credit Union sponsored racer. Goes 13:01, 105 miles an hour. The other lane, 14:19 at 98 miles an hour. Pickup goes 13:94 at 95 miles an hour. In the Lordco lane, just coasting through it, 19:55, 43.
Since high school was supposed to run their first run.
So junior dragsters are going to be coming up. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League is something that has been extremely successful for racetracks across the country and the United States. It offers kids ages 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing firsthand, but in a controlled environment. Many of today's Camping World professional competitors got their start in junior dragsters. Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt, just a few names that started in junior dragsters. They are basically, junior dragsters are half-scale versions of top fuel dragsters. They use what started out as a 5-horsepower single-cylinder engine. By the time you get into the Thunder category, you're talking about 30 horsepower, and they can run as fast in the Lightning category. For us, it's 85 miles an hour and as quick as about 750. And just like their full-size counterparts, junior dragsters have to meet the NHRA stringent technical specifications. And NHRA also places speed and elapsed time restrictions on competitors based on their age and their experience. So they have a fully licensed program, and in fact, the junior dragsters have annual race events where they race for their own Wallies, and that happens here at Mission Raceway later on in the year. So yes, in junior dragsters, you can pick up a Wally, and they take their racing every bit as seriously as any other professional category at the drag strip.
Tony has his headset off. Does one of the starting line kids want to go let him know we're ready?
Attention in the pits, as we've got junior dragsters and junior street running right now. We're going to make the call for Pro 4 to the lanes, please. Pro 4, we need you to the lanes along with full 5 to the lanes. We'll put Pro 4 in lanes 1 and 2. 1 and 2 for Pro 4. Sportsman, that would be Sportsman. Lanes 1 and 2. That means full 5 and 3 and 4. So we've got the Green Brothers Racing team now. There's 3 of them this year. We've got Alex and Nate on the start line right now. Alex made the step up to the brand new junior dragster here, Towerside. Younger brother Jack, he's now in his car from last year. So Nate over on the Lordco side. Alex over here, Towerside. You see them do the fine-tuning on the motor at the back. Basically, what they're doing is setting the RPM based on the heat of the engine so that it leaves where they want it to leave. And then they roll into the stage beams, pre-stage first, and then another 7 inches for the stage beams. And that gives the starter the indication to hit the bulb. Alex turns on the red light, but for testing, obviously, that's not an issue. So Nate gets there with a 12:56, 46 miles an hour. Alex, quicker, 11:62 at 54 miles an hour. Here comes Wesley Armstrong and Connor Jackson now. Wesley and the Fountain Tire sponsored junior dragster. Great to see all these junior cars carrying sponsorship of some sort. Connor Jackson over on the Lordco side, the spectator side of the raceway. So Connor Jackson goes 9:09, 71 miles an hour. And Wesley picks up a 12:34, 51 miles an hour. Remember, we talked about how the NHRA places speed and elapsed time restrictions on competitors, and that's based on their age and experience. So typically, the younger you are, the slower the ET is going to be. Also, ages 5 to 12 are in the Thunder category. And then if you're 13 to 17, you're racing in the Lightning category. So Bentley Johnson on the Lordco side of the racetrack, quicker of the two there, goes 8:90, would be in the Lightning category, 73 miles an hour. Whereas Cadence Rodriguez goes 11:86 at 52 miles an hour. Cadence is in the Thunder category. Next pair will be Hunter Gallant and Owen Armstrong. So Hunter Gallant leaves the line first. Owen, the younger of the two. Hunter gets there with a 9:09, 69 miles an hour, whereas Owen is still working his way there. 20.25 seconds for Owen. But at a very young age, that is still screaming down the racetrack. Here comes the youngest of the Green family, Jack Green. Jack's cutting his teeth in Alex's old car. Part of that Green Brothers Racing triumvirate. In the other lane, Isabella Marshall. So Isabella goes 891 at 75 miles an hour, and Jack picks up a 1416 at 44 miles an hour. Over here, tower side, Aiden Katanek and Josh Klosky over on the spectator side. Aiden and Josh. Looks like they're both in the lightning category. As Aiden goes 784 at 82 miles an hour, and Josh goes 865 at 73 miles an hour. And here comes CL Gagnon and Emma Debris-Coos. Two very competitive racers. It is Emma that gets there first with a 790, 82 miles an hour. But it's CL with the quicker 787, 82 miles an hour. Emma was sharper on the reaction times, had an 041, whereas CL had a 141. So a tenth off on the reaction time for CL. She'll be working on that, I am sure, for competition eliminations tomorrow and Sunday. Lincoln Shirt now with a nice new wrap on that junior dragster. So Lincolnshire goes 789, 81 miles an hour. 789, 81 miles an hour. So that is going to do it for the junior dragsters. Junior Street is coming up next for their test runs here today. This is Friday. If you've joined us here as a spectator, want to thank you for being a part of the crowd. Over on the Lordco side, Isaac is driving the Pontiac. Tower side runs 1171, 60 miles an hour, and that is at the 8th mile. Remember Junior Street? They race to the 8th mile, just like the junior dragsters.
Something's stuck.
$12:27 is the time for the pickup, 48 miles an hour. And I believe that is going to do it for the Junior Street. licensing pass is what this is. Remember, today is test and tune and licensing. Got the big old blower sticking out that hood. That is one loud car. Using up a whole lot of the track, but managed to gather it up and get through with an 8:16. 157 miles an hour. Pops the chute out at the top end. As I said, if your car runs 150 miles an hour, you're expected to have one parachute. If you run 200, you need two parachutes. So that is the general rule of thumb. And so Martin Jackman can make another pass here in his Pontiac. Chevy power, 454 cubic inches of Chevy power in a car that he says is for sale. Sort of a rolling billboard. Martin Jackman here as he heads down track. We'll stop the clocks at a 991. 991 at 119 miles an hour. And here's a couple of Canada West door slammers now that are making a test pass. Door slammers, of course, have their own series. Racing here and elsewhere. 870 or quicker to be on a ladder for the door slammers. ...2005 Cavalier is what Otto Schulte is driving over on the Lordco side of the drag strip. Straight and true for Otto, 756, 182 miles an hour. 866 in the other lane, 154 miles per hour. Burnouts complete for both cars. Brody Shirk over here at Tower Side. Bubba Speed Shop, Titanium Auto Racing. In the other lane, John DeYoung. Artex Barn Solutions, Total Dairy Solutions. Looking to get some new sponsorship images on that car, obviously. John DeYoung had a pretty nice pass earlier today. 6-second car. straight down the groove. 667. 667 at 209 miles an hour. So John DeYoung, great pass. 835 in the other lane, 160 miles an hour. So Adam DeYoung coming up. Adam is the son of John DeYoung. And it was a great race last year when Adam whooped his dad. So here we got some classic Ford versus Chevy action. And not only that, Camaro versus Mustang. So that is some amazing metal flake there. That is quite spectacular. Love the look of that car. Then they got the badges over top of the... I'm going to guess that is a wrap. And I would not be surprised that is Vancouver car wraps work there. Two Camaros heading down track. Tower side 776, 776. And no parachute. 776 in the other lane. 856, 856. Yeah, managed to get it off on the top end. Here comes Martin Jackman in his Pontiac. Yeah, getting a little bit out of shape there, heading towards the center line. So that is Tom Katanek, 91 Mustang. TK Performance sponsored. Got off the gas, 12:29 at 66 miles an hour. So Krista runs a 13:67 and 94 miles an hour there on that pass. Here comes Pete Lay, 1956 Chevy Delivery, station wagon. .86 is the time for the pickup. The black pickup goes 110 miles an hour. 11:86 and 13:60 for the Chevy Delivery. 93 miles an hour. And that brings up Dennis Winton and Dale Posnick. Winton in the station wagon. Posnick in the Mustang. Riff Raff Racing. Remember that they are not racing today. This is a test and tune day, so any racing that is happening is maybe something on the side. Hey, 11:62 for Winton, 11:62, and Posnick goes 10:16. Now check out the launch on this Fairlane. Oh, he's got it calmed down. Strong running car here on the tower side. Goes 854 at 156 miles an hour. James Martin's driving the 1956 VW Beetle. Here tower side, and Veronica Hodgson is in the 69 Dart. On the spectator side, So the Beetle gets there with a 10:08, 141 miles an hour, and Veronica runs at 12:45, which is what she is usually running in that dart, 108 miles an hour. So it looks like Lorenz Schwartz over on the Lordco side in Monte Carlo. Kevin McCauley over here, Tower side. I heard tell of this wagon. And he runs through with a 12:58. Lorenz goes 10:09. Here comes Ted Buss, and Buss is driving the 34 Ford. Straight Line Race Cars gets a big shout out from him. Shawnigan Trucking, the other lane, West Vath. In the Firebird, it looks like. Hey, attention in the pits. High school. We're going to put you on standby, all right, because we'll be calling you up for your first round of eliminations momentarily. High school, consider yourself on standby. We still have a few cars to run on track, but high school, you're on standby, and we'll be calling you up pretty quick. So Camaro here, tower side, and Dodge Dart. It's a 76 Dodge Dart. It's the Camaro that gets there first with a 1010, 132 miles an hour. The Dart goes 1060 at 112. It brings up yet another Camaro and a Plymouth Barracuda. Camaro gets there with a 159 mile per hour, 863 run. In the other lane, 1039, 132 miles per hour. And that brings up Brad Owen in the 56 and John Jenkins driving the yellow pickup. So John Jenkins goes 1077, 123 miles an hour, 967 for Brad Owen. Brad turning on the red bulb, but, just trying to cut a good tree. That's all you're doing. Steve Thorne in the Mopar over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. So the Plymouth having just a little bit of traction problems at the start line. Gets a 1251 at 86 miles an hour, 1352 in the other lane, 100 miles an hour. All right, we had you on standby. We're going to call you to the lanes now. High school, bring them up to the lanes, please. Round number 1 of eliminations. High school, bring them up to the lanes. This is your call. first round of eliminations. Ross Walker in the Chevy 2. Dodge Dart in the other lane in pursuit. Walker gets it with a 10.08, 131 miles an hour, 12.15 for the Dodge Dart. Jan Christensen was talking with him in the pits earlier, reflecting on how this did not resemble his Chevy 2 at all. And he was brutally honest. He said, "I've been beaten by dragsters too many times. I want to see what it's like to drive a dragster and what I can do to beat them in my Chevy 2. So he recently acquired this dragster, and he has gone through the licensing process and now just working out the bugs. Little Vega in the other lane. Christensen goes 795 at 168 miles an hour. 10:57 for the Vega, 95 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. There is a motorcycle that is in the staging lanes that is causing a bit of an obstruction. I wonder if the rider could come and move that motorcycle. It's an orange-bodied motorcycle in the fire lane. It's in the staging lanes. We need you to move that motorcycle ASAP. It is obstructing a lane. So if that motorcycle is yours, orange-bodied motorcycle in the fire lane. We need you to head over there and deal with that and move it so that we don't have to move it for you. Kim Jonkind in the dragster. And it looks like it lost fire. Kim's Dragster sponsored by a host of individuals, including Titanium Auto Group, JS Performance, Rad Torque, Fat Black Enterprises. So, be a bit disappointing, but again, that's why we have a test and tune day, so that all of these bugs can be worked out before race day. Looks like Kelly Voss is sitting behind the water box. Rolling into the water in that little Vega. Rocky Phillipton. Vega runs a 10:45 at 113 miles an hour. Kelly Voss in the dragster now completed his burnout. .822, 158 miles an hour for Kelly Voss.
Yeah, just over there. Go ahead.
Excellent, thank you. Well, the Challenger lights the tires on the start line. Don't see that very often. Goes 1172, 124 miles an hour. The different decibel levels of the turbo cars. Greg Field running twin turbos in that Opel GT. First run of the day, chutes came out. Both of them. So that slowed him down to about a 780, I believe. Second run of the day was a 680. And so has run earlier this year, 666. 651, 219 miles an hour. Smoking. 651, 219 miles an hour for Greg Field in that Opal. So the 91 Mustang here of Tom Katnick. And he shuts it off as we just do a launch on the car. Goes through the top end. Hey, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, you're on standby. We have another chance for test runs coming up. You're on standby, junior dragsters, as we get into round number 1 of eliminations for the high school category. So we have approximately 22 cars in the category. 11 of them will be moving forward after this round. Drag racing is a tough game. There's no, as they say, no provisionals. There's no getting around the guy on the second corner or the gal, and you have one opportunity, one trip down the drag strip to move on to the rest of your race day. So heading down track in the pickup, Kayan Atzma and Leanna Foster. In the other lane, getting there first will be Leanna Foster. 16:02 at 88 miles an hour. Good for the win. So everybody working on a dial-in handicap system. Ty Jardine here in the Camaro in hot pursuit of Eli in the other lane. Getting there first is Eli, 16:59, 72 miles an hour. So Eli advances into the next round. That will be round number 2. Two Camaros, Jeremiah Talon, part of the Surrey Christian High School. And here on the tower side, a newer model Camaro with a much slower elapsed time, dial in of 17:50 against the 1270 in the Mustang. Reaction time will certainly come into play. Will Jeremiah be able to catch that Camaro? Yes. Gets around him at the top end, goes 1271 on a 1270 dial. So great reaction time of 071. Here on the tower side, it was a 344. So that race was definitely won on the start line by a great reaction time from Jeremiah. Both drivers pre-staged and then roll forward to stage. Here comes the tree. Handicap coming down to the tower side. Blue Camaro is in hot pursuit, but turns on the red light. So it will be a win for Jonas here, tower side. Camaro leaving just a little too quick, turning on the red light by 0.04 of a second. So 14:32, good for the win, 96 miles per hour. Handicap of 14:09. That's the dial-in. So the Monza getting the handicap start. $14.17, good for the win. 91 miles an hour. 14:71. Here comes our next pair. Julian Polovino, 1770, Lordco lane dial-in. So we're going to see that little crossover move first. Braden Smith is now chasing down Julian. So it's about a 2-second handicap start there, and it looks like Julian will get there first. 1793 on a 1770 dial. So Julian Polovina will be moving on to the next round. Wind light comes on for Ryder ends 1422 at 92 miles an hour. Looks like about the fourth run on the car today. Martin Jackman goes 973. 973 at 138 miles an hour. So first round of high school competition in the books. And we have called junior dragsters to the lanes. If you are looking to make a run, junior dragsters to the lane. So Junior Street, we include you in that call as well. So Junior Street, bring him up. While everyone is just getting their cars back into the pits, high school will be calling you back for round number 2 pretty promptly. Do not be surprised if we call high school back to the lanes in about 15 minutes or so. So just want to give you the heads up, high school, that we're going to be running your program very promptly. In the meantime, junior dragsters, Thunder and Lightning is how we usually run them. Today on a test and tune day, we're mixing it up. So I did mention that it was going to be a prompt running. We're going to call all high school racers left in competition back to the staging lanes. So I think there's about 11 or 12 of you. We need you back in the staging lanes. High school, come on back into the staging lanes. High school, this is your call. We like you so much. Lincoln Shirk over here, tower side, with a nice new wrap on the junior dragster. And Ciel Gagnon over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Here comes Hunter Gallant now. Tower side. And if my eyes are good, that's April Bond. April Bond goes 898, 73 miles an hour, 925 for Hunter Gallant. All these racers, of course, would be working on handicaps come elimination time. But this is Test and Tune. So Ashton Kadenek and Alex Green making that last pass there. 11:79 for Alex, 53 miles an hour. Alex in his new dragster this year. 51 miles an hour for Ashton at 11:87. And that brings up our next pair, Bentley Johnson, here tower side, and Nate Green. The Green Brothers Racing has expanded to 3. So not only are the Katnicks a trio to deal with in the junior dragster class, but now the Green Brothers as well. So Nate being the oldest of the 3. And Bentley over here tower side. Everybody staged up. Here comes the tree. Pretty much dead on even reaction time. Bentley gets there with an 8:91 at 73 miles an hour. 11:89 for Nate. Bentley was 0:99 reaction, and Nate 0:96. Adam Katnick now rolling into the stage beams. Adams is the Junior Thunder champion from last year. 2023 champion. Adam Katnick getting set to make another pass here in the Test and Tune session. .880 at 71 miles an hour for Adam Katnick. Here comes now the youngest of the Green brothers, Jack Green. He is driving Alex's car from last year. In the other lane, Isabella Marshall. So Isabella gets there with an 8:92 at 75 miles an hour. 14:16 for Jack. 44 miles an hour. Hey, we got wind up here in the tower that there is a dog loose out at the top end. We need, in the pits area, we need you to make sure that your loose dog is under control, and you might want to attach a leash. Dangerous to be running loose out in the pits with all the activity that's out there car-wise. So if that's your dog that's loose, please do catch up and put a leash on it maybe. Also, we had some glasses that were turned in, that were found in the pits. So if you have lost some eyewear, it's in an orange case, and we have it up here in the tower for you. If they're your driving glasses, you'll want those sometime soon. So here comes Josh Klosky and Emma Debris-Coos. So Emma goes 788, 82 miles an hour. Smoke and Run, 862 for Josh at 73 miles an hour. Sportsman Tree and Pro Tree, you are on standby. So we'll be calling you very, very shortly. But Sportsman and Pro Tree, you're on standby. Aiden Katnick goes 782 at 83 miles an hour. So, got to be happy with that pass. Reaction time, 009. So, great reaction time as well, 009. Junior Street is the category now. 8th mile, just like the junior dragsters. Time on the Lordco side, 11:59 against an 11:27 on the TCS side. Only 2 cars making a test run. Coming up is round 2 of eliminations for the high school category. Had a chance to talk with one of the organizers and teachers in the pits. And they are having an exciting program here, an opportunity to get young people interested in cars and electronics and all sorts of other things, and great learning experience, great teaching opportunity, and also just downright fun to come on out to the drag strip on a Friday afternoon and do your racing. They were out here all day Wednesday. John DeYoung secured the track for them to have the opportunity to make runs, and it was just a great opportunity for everybody. Lots of fun on Wednesday, and here they are again on Friday. Attention in the pits, Pro 4, and Full 5. We need you to the lanes, please. Motorcycles, you are on standby, all right? But Pro 4, Full 5, we need you to the lanes. This is your call. Come on up. And motorcycle, you are on standby. We'll be calling you right as we start running those other cars.
Can we say sportsman instead?
So when I say full 5, I mean sportsman. That's what I mean, all right? Sportsman. So Pro 4 and sportsman, we need you to the lanes. Motorcycle on standby. So wind light goes on for Jonas, 1425. 1425 at 99 miles an hour. So Jonas advancing into the next round. I believe that Jonas is part of the Surrey Christian School group that was here. I believe that to be the case. Deanna Foster rolling up against the Fast Learner. Appropriate name for the high school teams. Ted Buss rolling up in the 34 Ford. He has 7 miles. .1062, the time in the Lordco lane. 1062 at 125 miles an hour. 999, TCS lane, 131 miles an hour. John Jenkins goes 1084, 1191 in the other lane. John turned on the red light, of course, and so it looks like the wind light goes on for the other car, but we're in test and tune. So what do you know? Kim Johnkin now was up to make a pass earlier. Not able to do it, shut the dragster off, and Kim is going to give it a run now. Nice straight run, goes 824 at 165 miles an hour. Nice pass. Chris Dolan and Veronica Hodgson now. on a day like this, you get an opportunity to do things to the car, see how it performs, and if it takes it, you can use it on race day, which is a lot of what is happening here. 10-11, Chris Stone, 130 miles an hour. Veronica goes 12:47 at 108 miles per hour. Way up high in the air. That is that Fairlane's trademark lead. Managed to stay straight and still goes 8:56 at 156 miles an hour. That is wild. Just seeing a lot of sky there all of a sudden. The other lane ran a 10:59. So Kevin McCauley bringing up the wagon. I did hear tell that he was looking at that. Chevy 2 station wagon. So Kevin goes 12:52 at 104 miles an hour, 13:53 at 100 miles an hour in the other lane. Randy Hermsen and Lorenz Schwartz now. So Lorenz will get there first with a 10:09, 133 miles an hour, 104 for Randy Hermsen at 13:34. Pete Legg and Kelly Voss. Voss is in the dragster and runs 8:19, 159 miles an hour. The Chevy Delivery goes 13:67 at 93 miles an hour. And we should make sure we see some of the high school semifinalists in the staging lanes. We need the... there's two of them. We need two more. So bring the high school competitors into the staging lanes, right to the rear of staging. They'll set you up back there. As Jeff Bell and Ross Walker, our next pair down the track. Walker has a great reaction time, 007, goes 10:09. Jeff Bell ran a 12:50, 122 miles an hour. When I talked about Ross Walker's reaction time, I neglected to mention that it was a red light. So 007 red. But in any case, this is test and tune, so the information that he collects will be of value. So attention in the pits, motorcycle. We're going to call motorcycle to the lanes, please. Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes. Bring them up. This is another shot at the track. Motorcycle, bring them up. Brad Owen goes 972, 136 miles an hour in the Chevy. In the Plymouth, Steve Thorne, 1125 at 89 miles an hour. .954 in the Lordco lane, West Bath. 10:07, 133 here on the tower side. So more test runs in the door slammer category. Both these cars run Canada West door slammers. You know that these are fast cars. In order to be in the door slammers, you have to be running at least 870 or better. So anywhere between 660, 650, like Greg Field did, and 870 is where you're going to spot these cars. So the sparkly Camaro gets there with a 771 at 177 miles an hour, and the gray Camaro gets there at 154. Now it's a battle of father versus son. John DeYoung on the Lordco side, Adam DeYoung, Tower side. Now, normally on a heads-up race, Dad's going to take that one because that's a much quicker Camaro. They would normally on eliminations be working on a handicap. Adam's usually in the 8-second range. Dad, John, is in the 6-second range. Well, you can tell Adam was keen. Adam wanted to take full advantage of the tree, but left before the tree was activated. 667, though, for John. Great run, 209 miles an hour. Adam, well, he's kicking himself now, but he did want to take a chunk out of that tree. Dual burnouts for these two. Mustang, that is Poe Freeborn. '67 Shelby out of Courtney. In the other lane, 1970 Camaro. It is Kathy Freeborn. I'm told they're a power couple. Anna told me that. And it looks like the Mustang will get there first. 751 at 182 miles an hour. Camaro, 159. At 8:53. Some Nitro Harley action now as we are experiencing the return of fast lane racing legend Ron Hene. So a shut-off run, bike just not sounding right, and goes through with a 10 flat at 96 miles an hour. Opportunity to get a couple of extra runs in here on this test and tune day, so that's good for him. Running in the Pro Modified category, Gary Christopher, 2014 Kawasaki. Pro Modified, purpose-built, obviously. Highly modified. That leaves the line sharply. 712, 712. At 133 miles an hour. Steve Abusini heading down track goes 865, 159. Not sure if I recognize Daryl Storzik or not there, but he had problems in the other lane at the hit. Mike Rose on the Suzuki, the Lordco side. Sponsors include Fountain Tire, Rockies, and Venzel Mechanical. Goes through with an 11.40, 118 miles an hour. And here comes Corey Craig and Chris Crawford. Hey, I will mention this again tomorrow, but when we were looking at Tom Katnick's car as it made that last test pass, that red, sparkly metal flake paint job that I thought was a wrap, well, I was wrong. I was 100% wrong. That is a beautiful paint job, and it is worth the price of admission to go and take a look at that in the pits. So I was wrong. Not a wrap. Absolutely not. It is a official paint job, and Tom is really proud of that. So Dieter Gerst goes 10.40 at 122 miles an hour. Sponsored by Graceland Garage and Torque Twisters. It had 2006 Harley. So 10:23 is the time here on the tower side, and 12:48 for Bailey Quinn. So tower side goes 8:42 at 157 miles an hour. 10:44 in the other lane for Scott Richardson, 128 miles per hour. And it looks like we are going to have the semifinal in the high school elimination race. So we've got the high school semifinal on track. They will be hot lapping it, gas and go around the corner. So the staging lanes are closed for all future test and tune for today. So we've got the other half of the high school final. And they both leave clean and green, and the win light comes on for Surrey Christian School. Goes 12:85.93. Jeremiah Talon will advance. They drive around, and they'll be coming back for the final. Hey, in the meantime, we have got a racer in distress. They are looking for some slicks, 33x15s. The car number in need is T626, and Steve is the one who's looking for this. They are parked in the pits by the tire wall. It's black Dodge pickup, looking for some rear slicks, 33x15. So if you have a spare set, he recognizes it's a long shot, but if you've got a spare set, head over to the tire wall and look for a black Dodge pickup and ask for Steve, car number T626. Pay attention in the pits also for all of the junior racers. There is going to be a bit of a meet-up at Shelley Monroe's trailer right around the midway tent there, midway down track. Shelley Monroe. So all of you junior racers, head over there after the conclusion of the event here, the time trials, or the testing, I should say. So junior racers, head over to the Shelley Monroe tent after the track closes. So it looks like that is Nick Bond. .778.83 miles per hour. And that was Nick Bond. Here is April Bond. So April goes 784, 82 miles an hour, 784. And got to think they'll be happy with that run. So that is that. We have one motorcycle and then the final in the high school eliminations, and that will be a wrap on today. So all racers, we got a 9 o'clock start tomorrow morning. So we'll be brightly up and at 'em. 9 o'clock start tomorrow. It's going to be much like today in terms of weather, so should be just a great weekend all round. And he goes through with a 753. 753 at 189 miles an hour. Great looking run. And here we go. The final in the high school elimination series. Handicap will be going to the silver crossover over on the Lordco side. Julian Polovina and Jeremiah Talon over here from Surrey Christian School in the Camaro. So he will have to sit patiently, Jeremiah, and watch Julian go further and further down track and be patient on the tree. 1780 is the dial-in over on the Lordco side. 1270. Dial in here. You can see it on the scoreboard at the top end. Final round. And went red. Oh, that's a tough one. I know. You're sitting there waiting, and that tree is never coming down, but Jeremiah left too soon. Wind light comes on for Julian. Goes 1786 at 75 miles an hour, so congratulations to Julian Polovina and all of the members on that team for all the hard work they put in. And actually, a good shout-out, congratulations to everybody, all the high school contestants who were here this week, putting in time on Wednesday with the track, and getting all those runs in. So it's great to see the high school program working so well. So congratulations once again. Hey, listen, that's going to do it for any runs here today. We will be starting racing first thing, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so look forward to first day. Everybody gets a couple hits at the track, and then eliminations will be starting. So we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. If you're driving home, please do drive safely. And as I say, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Thanks again.